Alright, how's everyone doing tonight? Hope you're all well. Welcome back to Ace Attorney. Still going through the final case of the first game, which, still is ongoing. I think it says day 3, but it's more like we're on the second day of the trial itself, though. I believe we're still during the investigation portion? I think we finished the investigation portion. We're actually starting. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, we finished the investigation portion. We're now starting up the day 2 of the trial. Oh boy. This case will never end. Anyway, how's everyone doing tonight? I hope you're all well. Sorry I took a week off. Just, it was a GDQ time, and you know what I do every time that comes up, take a week off for them. Anyway. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. So what do you think, Miss... shoot. I cannot do my voices right now. Please give me a sec. How you doing, Storm? Hope you're alright. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And I do have a theory about that, but we'll see how that pans out for us. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. Crabcates, welcome. Crabcates, welcome to the stream. I just finished this trial on stream today. This case lasts a long ass time. Yeah, there's a reason why I gave the title of the stream "The Trial That Never Ends." But yeah, welcome to stream. I'm only on day 2 of the trial, so we'll see how this pans out for us. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. Oh god, how long is this case? Is it going to be like 10 hours total or something? Because I've been streaming this for like at least 9 hours now. Like, this trial has taken at least 9 hours. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But, Lana! Don't tell me you! Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Add on another 9 hours and I'll be done. Oh my god, 18 hours? Ugh. Miss Sky. Found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. My alert should, like, go off any moment now, but thank you so much for the follow, Crab Cakes. We had to deal with the... Thank you! Yeah, well, there's the alert right there. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Oh yeah, I forgot to say this earlier, but usually I only do 4-hour streams, but recently I've been thinking about extending my streams to 5 hours, so today's going to be a experimental 5-hour stream. We'll see how I feel afterwards, but mostly did that so I can hopefully get more fit into people's schedules a bit better, so yay. Alright, February 24th, 10 a.m. District Court. Do they always change courtrooms? I'm really bad at paying attention to these things, but they do change courtrooms every trial, right? Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. prosecution is... Oh yeah, you were busy all day yesterday, weren't you, Edgeworth? I doubt you got any investigation in, did you? This first game lasted forever. Yeah, I don't think the previous 4 cases were that long, but this 5th one is really dragging its feet. I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? Judge, we already established that yesterday. Why do you need... whatever. What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Okay, so my theory, right? Like, no one spoiled this in chat. No one spoiled this in chat, okay? But my current theory right now is that Goodman was murdered at the police department, put into Edgeworth's car, and Edgeworth drove Goodman's dead body back to the prosecutor's office unknowingly. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait?
Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. All right, let's see who it is. Is it Gumshoe? Okay, oh right, it wasn't Gumshoe. It was actually, what's his name, Meekins. Completely forgot about that. It's been a week since I streamed this game, so you have to forgive me if I forgot a few details. Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir, I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir.
Oh my god, Meekins, are you serious right now? So you're telling us you're a professional killer.
Sir, it was me, sir! I'm the one who did it!
Oh god, Meekins.
I'll never kill anyone again, sir!
Oh god, I forgot about his megaphone. Oh god, his megaphone was a huge pain in the ear last week.
You gotta believe me, sir!
Actually, what we'd like...
Sir! I what you would call part of the younger generation, sir!
So you're a millennial?
A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend!
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir! Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir?
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
Meekins is pissing me off on so many levels right now.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
I can fault him for saying stupid shit. Crime report, sir.
Oh, that was not my normal duty. I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you?
they do unto you.
Oh, hey, Dark Wolf. Long time no see. How have you been, man?
That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. Defense may begin its cross-examination. Oh, you've been playing Persona 4 Golden? Nice. Are you playing it blind or have you played it before? Me? I've been fine. I took the week off because of games done quick, though. But so this is my first stream since returning back from that. Oh, you're playing blind? Dude, have fun with that. I absolutely love Persona 4 Golden, so have fun with that. I personally like Persona 5 better, but that's just me. What I need here is more info to work with. How far along are you in Persona 4 Golden?
Although it's not my normal guard duty, I was assigned blah 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 guard to the evidence room that day.
Who assigned you? Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir! I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir!
You act like a new recruit. Why are you in charge of hiring new recruits? Oh wow, you're pretty far along then. Good. Have fun with Naoto's Palace. It's a thing. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Yeah, you're pretty close to the end now that I think about it. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir, the lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process.
You feel like you know who the real murderer is? For Persona 4 Golden, right? I'm not going to spoil who it is because obviously you're playing it blind, but who do you think it is?
That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went into the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to excuse me. In order to enter the evidence room, you needed an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck.
Not gonna say who I think it is in case anyone in chat says yes or no. Oh yeah, no, even if it's a game that's not related to what I'm playing on stream right now, do everyone a favor and everyone in chat, do everyone a favor and not spoil games for other people that are playing blind, all right, guys? So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is! I found it! This is the one right here!
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir! It's blah, 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 blah! That's my number, sir!
I see. Huh. But the number blah, 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 blah is shown as being used twice! Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir! The first time is when I relocated a Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see, so it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir! That was when I spied the man on the security screen.
Going to be playing Persona 3 after. Oh, which version of Persona 3 are you going to be playing? Because, I will say there is no definitive version of Persona 3 because there are two versions of the game that are kind of different from one another, and one doesn't really outweigh the other because they have different features. Anyway, IDs of who enter a room, blah, blah, blah. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir! A knife!
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person who would want to run into. Someone will want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him.
This guy reminds me of a One Piece character. What was that guy's name? The octopus fishman character? Can't remember his name at the moment. I think it was Taco something.
That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life. Then I did it.
Elaborate? What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into Kung Fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant. So I snatched his knife from him.
Probably portable and maybe hook up the PS2 for Fez. I guess that's probably the most reasonable way to play Persona 3 I get at the moment. I'm kind of hoping that Atlas makes a remake for Persona 3 actually. You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
I'm pretty sure that's not very manly, Meekins. See. Must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir!
So, you did absolutely nothing to the victim, you just got your blood on him. Ah, yeah, the #1 ace murderer here, right here, guys. Which one would I say is best? I'm leaning towards portable, but at the same time, Fez has the answer, the journey and the answer post-game, which is actually canon to the story. But portable also has the female character option, which is actually very different from the male character option. It's really hard to say which one is best, to be perfectly honest.
After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. So manly, so manly.
That's nice, or I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regards to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
I don't trust that video as far as I can throw. Wait, actually, I can throw that video cassette pretty far, actually, now that I think about it. The chief? Oh, hey, welcome back, Wormside. Glad you were able to make it. We're about to start up the objections. I need someone to do the objection command for me. Delivered it? By the way, what's the current objection count? Can someone do a command for objection count in chat, please? I think it's up to like 120 at this point. What is that? A videotape? 152! Oh wow, I was way off. We're already past the original 151 number of Pokemon.
Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. Okay, it contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Objection! There's number 153 right there. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. It was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the murder of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
You just said you were the murderer, Meekins. Video of a real murder. So what are we getting ourselves into? Oh, wow, it's actually straight up animated. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, interesting. So the timestamp is at is at 5:14. Oh, snap, yeah, there's actually a straight up 3D model here. I'm surprised the DS was able to render that. Glove fell out. Well, there's Meekins right there. Meekins got his hands cut right there. 5:15. Oh, so this music is very ill-fitting considering what just happened there. Oh, I know the DS had 3D games, it's just that very rarely do you actually see them. Wait, the GBA had 3D games too? I don't remember that. Yeah, I can't think of any 3D games on the GBA off the top of my head. Oh, so Edgeworth looks very upset. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir.
3D GBA titles were all obscure reports, so no real surprise. Alright.
It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir, as you wish, sir.
Alright, let's see who this mystery man actually is.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened a locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
I'm trying to remember all the previous evidence that I had access to. Is there a way for someone to replicate the fingerprint? The rubber glove was related to the SL9 incident. Sorry about that, everyone. Allergies are kicking up again. Not entirely sure when Cyberpunk is going to come out. Let's see. I don't think there's anything here that, is related to that, unfortunately. Well, anyway. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. Also, I wasn't sneezing, I was blowing my nose, which I don't think you guys needed to hear. Speaking of which, excuse me again, everyone. I'll have you know Edgeworth can wait as long as he needs to. Also what Burmseye said. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing, that would mean. The victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. I don't think Meekins actually said any contradictions that I noticed, at least not offhand. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. Well, might as well press everything. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
Sir, if you must label people as haven't seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter?
The latter?
But you weren't standing right in front of him, were you not?
Or to the point, you were the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir.
Meekins, you're a paragon of competence, aren't you?
I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when I'm talking with them, you see.
Well, okay, you know what? To be fair to Meekins, I'm the exact same way. If I were looking at any of y'all in the face, I think I would have an anxiety attack.
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. So, still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened a locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
Oh, boy. No question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I know it's because he opened the locker, but is there anyway? Might as well try and press the other points, I guess. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label as...
Are we just seriously getting the same thing again?
If I had to label your stares as disturbing, or...
Meekins! Have you been shown a questionable video? We haven't been shown a questionable video at best. We are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you're positive it was him. He opened the locker, which... About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past.
Why would you try all kinds of methods in order to open a locker? Did you get locked out of your own locker?
You only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he tried. If the the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir! And this too!
The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir! From people in the know, sir!
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed!
When you say the workers in the department cafeteria, are you talking about the lunch people?
They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir! If I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you're the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security video? Oh boy, I was warned to always save before saying yes or no in regards to this. Is there a problem with the security video? I'm trying to think. Well, obviously the biggest issue is the fact that we don't actually see him. Wait, hang on. Do we actually get to see Goodman actually put up his finger to the locker? Do we see him put it to the locker? No, he just opens it. No, he just opens it. I'm trying to see if there's anything in here that's suspicious. Meekin's definitely got his hand cut. Is there a problem with the security video? I mean, there's obviously the problem of the fact that we don't actually see him put the finger to the... I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes because I don't think, because we never actually see him put his finger to the locker. And Meekins wasn't actually there to see him open the locker because Meekins walked up to the guy after he opened the locker. So I think there is a problem there. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? By the way, that's another objection for the objection count. I propose we have the... oh shoot, wrong voice. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. Didn't we also have to do, well, we get to do that, something like this much later on. Yeah, I will definitely let you guys know if I need help. Like, so don't actually tell me anything unless I ask, guys. Thank you.
It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look, be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
You could just not watch, Meekins.
How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. I, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not have been Detective Goodman?
Let's forward it a little bit.
I think it's right as he opens the locker, right?
Take that!
The thing that's strange about this video would have to be... Oh, I got it wrong, didn't I? Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it.
Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine?
Don't look at me with those bleary eyes. Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again. Now, what do I do?
Oh, Cliche Gamer, welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Let's see now.
Oh, you're tired? I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you get some rest later.
Oh, boy. I'm gonna have to rethink this one. Let's try the video again. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. Maybe if I point at someone hard enough, I can smash someone. Okay.
Says the one pointing his finger at us.
I will now play the security tape. Okay, let's see. Let me think it over. You played this trilogy before? Awesome. Well, I'm playing this blind right now, so I'm trying to figure out what exactly is the contradiction I'm trying to find. Well, there might be no contradiction at all, and I might be overthinking it. Hang on a second, I just realized something. It lit up. Only the assigned detective's fingerprints can unlock it. Indicator lamps light up when it's open. Huh. Wait a second. Let's rewind that. Was the locker already open before he got there? I might be a colossal idiot, but was the locker already open when we got there? The locker was already open! Oh! Oh! It's already open! The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins? Sir! Do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match... Why are we still playing the Blue Badger music? The light turns on and the lock is released. Well, according to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Can we move it along now, please? Yes, I know. I realize. The locker was already open before he got there. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit!
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Order! Order! What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day. I cannot talk. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut.
Aw, put yourself down that much, Judge.
So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Why do I have to be the one who figure out why the locker wasn't locked? Shouldn't that be something that Edgeworth also needs to guess? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this.
Oh God, now I have to figure out the reason? I have a theory. I might be right. Okay, assuming I'm right in my theory, I think what's going on is that the glove jammed it. Yeah, I think the glove jammed it. Yeah, the moment he opens it is because the glove jammed it. Otherwise, the glove wouldn't have fallen out. Yeah, my theory is the glove was able to jam the lock. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Do they really need to replay this specific portion of it? Couldn't we get it along with it a bit faster? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the glove just jammed it.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I...
We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. Turnabout Serenade intensifies. I have no idea what Serenade is about, so I can't wait to get to that case if I ever continue the series.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
It inserted?
It plays an unskippable music video like 10 times, sometimes in quick succession. Oh my God, that sounds like a massive pain. This white thing wasn't inserted in the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie.
What?
2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir.
Beacons, just keep your tie, like, tucked into your jacket.
Instead of the door closing.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have blocked the electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. It's a rubber glove. Rubber is an insulator for electricity. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something like that fits the description.
But sir, by insulator, you don't mean...
I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? I mean, come on, guys. It's kind of obvious. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. Well, we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, it would appear so, sir.
Order! 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 So, are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Objection! That's another objection there. Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. All right, well, let's see what you got for us, I guess.
There's one other thing that proves this man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card.
That's your ace in the hole, Edgeworth. Your ace in the hole was an ID card that anyone can swipe from anyone else? Really?
When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card, and no one else can totally use the card besides him, right?
And here I was wondering if there would be a live stream. Hey, Shadow. How you doing, my man? Welcome to the stream. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. I'm still wondering who the 77s are, though. At 420, plays it. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. You got a Pro Controller in Super Mario Maker 2? Nice! Have fun with that. I haven't picked it up myself yet, mostly because I'm a little tight on cash right now, but I really do hope to pick it up sometime soon. Your left Joy-Con is acting up too frequently? Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, my man. I had to set, you know what, earlier this week, I actually had to send in both my Joy-Cons because my sticks were actually drifting way too much, so yeah, unfortunately my warranty was clearly out by that point, but it's fine. It's cheaper than getting new Joy-Cons, so I sent in my 2 Joy-Cons to be repaired. Just before the crime, yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination.
Well, Your Honor, we felt that people have a hard time sitting through hundreds of names on the list. You're not wrong about that. There was one thing that detected... So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this is to be rock solid, do you?
Yes, sir! Solid as a stone, sir! My hand wasn't wrapped in bandages. I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Wouldn't he just use his right hand for that?
Let us hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second.
To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card.
Yes! And you don't necessarily have to be the owner of the ID card to use it, do you?
Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards?
Yes, sir! This card right next to my cuff, sir! I keep it here so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone.
At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. The hilarious thing is one of those testimonies where multiple pieces of evidence on nearly any installment will get you passed because it's that flimsy. Please proceed with your testimony.
When an ID card is used, there's a record of it.
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness is referring to.
Let me see. Yes, that would be it, Detective Goodwin.
What's the matter?
According to this, Miss Edgeworth, your name is on here.
So it is, Your Honor.
Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong color, kid.
It would seem the inquiry committee would want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir! He didn't show me any ID card, sir!
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked.
Oh, hey, Cyrus. Long time no see, man. How you doing? I was kind of afraid I scared you away from my, hiatuses. I hope you're doing well. Was in the middle of something else for a while. No worries, man. It's been a long time since I've seen you. How you been doing? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Blah, blah, blah. Don't worry. I already know what the issue is. All right. So let's see now. Detective had used his card. All right. Now the question is, what do I need to present this? I know Burmside mentioned that any of the related evidence would work, but the question is, which one? I don't think this is it. Oh, no, lost item! No, lost item! He lost his ID card! Wait a moment. Wait 1 moment, Officer Meekins. Oh, so that was another objection, wasn't it?
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. You been doing well? I was on vacation with family for the last week or so, and I only got home yesterday. Oh, dude, I hope you had fun with your vacation. Where'd you go? The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order! So now, what does this all mean? Okay, so basically the idea is that Detective Goodman was murdered in 2 separate locations at the same time, at the police department and the prosecutor's offices. Right now, we're trying to figure out how this happened and who was the one who actually did it. In other news, started playing Radiant Historia last week, made a couple of bumps in a row, and been having a lot of fun with it. Dude, I hope you are having fun with Radiant Historia. I heard very good things about it. It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. A man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order! 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 Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murderer in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in the video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So, you heard a lot of good things, which is why you decided to try it out. It was a good time since I don't have anything else to play until 3 Houses releases next month. Oh, dude, I can't wait for 3 Houses to come out next month as well. I'm totally going to be streaming that as soon as I can. That said, though, I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to be streaming after Ace Attorney. I was planning on streaming Bloodstained, but the Switch version that I have doesn't exactly run very well, so I might have to figure out where I can get some cash to purchase Bloodstained on Steam. Anyway. So, the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used a murder weapon. Ah! I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, This trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana...
What to do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? And we will figure that out after a quick intermission because I need to run off to the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back, you guys. Let me set up a quick intermission for you all. I'll be back in a quick moment. That being said, though, let me see if I can find any good music to play for you guys. Something Ace Attorney related, I'm sure. Something that's long. Okay, this works. I'll be right back, guys. Also, I hear you about the game going to intermission, but I need to rush to the bathroom now, so sorry. Alright, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Now let's get back to it, shall we? Alright then. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Oh boy, do I object or do I not? Oh boy. Do I object or do I not? Is there anything that I is there any way for me to connect this to Goodman? I am gonna save, but I'm pretty sure I am supposed to be object to this. The reason I say we have to object is because it is related due to Goodman. Because it was Goodman's ID card and someone assumed his identity, so I'm going to object to that. Sorry I'm late. The family invited me to go out to dinner with them just as I started streaming. Oh, don't worry about it, Dirt Dog. Welcome back to the stream. How you doing, my man? Objection! Also, perfect timing for you to come back, too. We just got another objection for you. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not.
I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only.
The security video did not show the actual murder. Can you move it along, please? Thank you. I'm afraid to see how high the counter has gone at this point, but just for the fun of it. Go ahead, might as well. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my one chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean?
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have a reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Well then, Mr. Wright, this person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name? Well, obviously, we want to call upon Angel Star again. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Man, you weren't kidding when you said the intermission was like right after. I really had to go to the bathroom at that point, though. Very well, the court will take a 30-minute recess while the witnesses supponated? Is it supponated? I'm going with supponated. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? Subpoenaed. Subpoenaed? Nad or nade? Nad. I assume nad. Yeah, a nad. Nad. Subpoenaed. Subpoenaed. Okay. Subpoenaed. Oh, hey, Glace. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Hope your day's been going well. I hope everyone's day's been going well. All right, 11:32 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh?
What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured out anything out.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything! Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Oh, this actually breaks my heart. Oh, I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Hey, Gumshoe, how about we lighten things up a bit? Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Rip Gumshoe. Wait, Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! 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 I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I've asked? Oh. Oh, you mean this, right? Why is Gumshoe like the greatest? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. SL9 incident? Alana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Files for the Joe Dark. Joe Dark. Okay, the Joe Dark killings. You think those killings were dark? Solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're gonna just ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... Okay. I think the shoe just dropped. That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. Joe Dark... No, Lana! That's over with! No! Did Emma just... ran away? Okay. Yeah, she's just sitting under a waterfall and just meditating the whole time. That's totally what Maya's up to at the moment. You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth? Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Incident number SL9. Close. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Edith Kirby. Jeb Bates. Jebaited! Guys, we're getting jebaited! Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witness, Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Investigation Task Force. Executive Investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Head Investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. An old case was pulled up that tied everyone in the case together. Except Meekins. Yeah, pretty much. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
What's yours is mine.
Deliver this under the waterfall.
Oh my god! Shadow, thank you so much for the $5. I will be sure to use that $5 to bail Maya out. I still can't believe I have my donation goal set up as Maya's bail money. But yeah, Shadow, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate all the support you've given me over the years. Dude, thank you so much. Yep, Shadow's currently the new stream boss, everybody. I just noticed that myself. February 24th, 12:14 p.m., District Courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to bring alcohol into the courtroom. I think Bermside can confirm that obvious fact for us. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Unless it's evidence. Well, of course. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you. Wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly crossing intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, well, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? Never heard Edward described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English! Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to be make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at Street Side Saloon at the time it went down. There's a bar opposite of the police department. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit that trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. I'm pretty sure you would get in a lot of trouble for saying that. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. Contempt of court? Yeah, I thought as such. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, about the fingerprint activated locks. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines. We're following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Alright, let's try to press him for what he's worth and then see if we can find any contradictions with it. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Good luck with that, Dirt Dog. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Mr. Marshall, on the day of the crime? Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Also, we have straight up evidence of him saying he hasn't been in the locker room, but... How does this guy avoid being fired? Blah, blah, blah. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. I'm pretty sure a bike existed during Old Westy times. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at the Street Side Saloon at the time it went down. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel Steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia pasta. Oh, do you mean to tell us you abandoned the police duties to eat some noodles? Well, at the moment, it's not really Phoenix doing the stupid crap. It's more us having to deal with these insane witnesses. Not at all desperados eat tacos, partner. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edward says, "Did you not want a raise this year?" I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. Alright, let's see now. Goodman's ID, unrelated, unrelated, Edgeworth's knife, unrelated, 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 unrelated. 777. Bikes did exist during the Old West. That's what I thought, Bermside. How do you not know what a friggin' bike is, Marshall? Screwdriver, unrelated. I think I need to present Marshall's fingerprints. The question is, where do I present it? It's supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't your style. I'm leaning towards this one, so I'm gonna present his fingerprints being in the room. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Huh. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is. Make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by accident. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. It's my chance to prove it. Now the question is, what exactly can I make a contradiction on? If he's claiming that the handprint... Okay, so we know this handprint is Marshall's fingerprints. But the handprint was wiped. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. This was your, okay. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. So, then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. There's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. The murderer touched that locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1! On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Wait, what? Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated.
Unrelated?
They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. Well, that escalated really quickly. What's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder? He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, though thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood? In the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trial isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right? Are you serious right now, Marshall? You're seriously tempting us with that? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. You know, I don't understand why this camera is specifically at this angle. Why isn't there a camera that's hanging, you know, vertically downward? If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. It's more convenient for gameplay purposes. Oh, I'm sure that's exactly the reason. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense from an in-universe standpoint. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Oh boy, I need to rewatch that video. I don't think there was any evidence for us to look at, is there? Is there any evidence that we can tell it was Officer Marshall that was disguised as Goodman? We already confirmed that it's definitely not Goodman who opened the locker, but the question is, how do we prove that it was Marshall that was disguised as Goodman? Storm, please stop. Like, I know that you want to help, but do not say there is or there is not. I really would appreciate no one telling me stuff like that. Please and thank you. I want to figure it out myself, okay? There might be? Alright, alright. I'm just checking, though. This is the very first Ace Attorney game. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I should watch the video to the end? Correct. That is a switchboard to first. I mean, yeah, it's a completely different knife. The knife that's in the video is more of a dagger type of knife, and the knife that Marshall uses is a Bowie knife. That is a hint, Storm. That is a hint. Please, I appreciate the help, I do, but please do not give me hints unless I ask for it. That's all I ask, all right? So don't give hints unless I ask for hints, please, and thank you. I just saw it! I 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 saw it! But, very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. But seriously though, Storm, like I said, I appreciate the help. Just try not to give me hints in the future, please and thank you, okay? Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making a mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness. Officer Jake Marshall. Alright, speeding up. As you can see, there's nothing here on Jake Marshall's, locker over here. But as soon as the crime takes place, though, it is right here. Bringing your attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video! Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit.
Oh, the white cloth! It's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order! Order!
It would seem that the— Hold your horses! Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Wow, he really doesn't know about the fingerprint system, does he? The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. Wow, he really doesn't know about the fingerprint system. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Yeah, everyone realizes immediately how wrong he is. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I'd call your bluff. You say I opened that locker. Now prove it. Yeah. The fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the lockers aren't that obvious. There are even some folks on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I've only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Wow, that actually looked like he got shot there. That was actually a really great animation. Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself! If this is a joke, it's the worst I ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? All right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? I mean, come on, Judge. It's kind of obvious, isn't it? Take that! Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. Edgeworth, we just had Meekins say that he can't have noticed. Also, mods, can I get an objection command, please? Objection! Thank you, Burmside. Oh, double objections. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. Oh, sorry, Storm. Only mods have access to the objection command. You do have access to the objection count if you want to see what the current count is. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. Sorry, Storm. Only mods. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes. And how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? Man, he's really munching on that jerky there. You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it! You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have a hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complain. You just said this earlier, Marshall! Why are they repeating lines now?
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Seems, blah, blah, blah.
Ugh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
Edgeworth, you got anything for us? Huh. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. Basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it had been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that it was a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Let's go about it slow. Is this it? I think this... Also, I just noticed how freaking convenient it is that the blue badger's freaking flag is covering his face. How freaking convenient is that? But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the blood. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soaked with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. What? 2 years ago. If you were only half as persistent then as you were today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Yep, still at it. Still going through day 2 of the trial. Mostly because I had to go through a few of these without knowing exactly what to choose. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess, he's the donor. That's way too much blood for such a small donation. I'm surprised Meekins didn't die from that. What's there to cross-examine? He just confessed. Okay, I guess we're cross-examining a confession. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? SL9 incident. 2 years ago has passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not that I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I didn't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Wait a second! Wait a second! I need to look at that victim list. Marshall. Oh. Someone related to Jake Marshall was one of the victims of the case. Oh. Oh. That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? Sorry guys, be right back. Alright. If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. Oh my god, Storm. Good god. And the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened that locker before Officer Marshall. Wait a second. Let me look at that. Let me look at the ID card report. Wait, that makes no sense though. Goodman only entered. If February 21st was the only time that if Goodman was only entered one time, but it was Marshall who entered using Goodman's ID card. Goodman must have opened the locker before then. But how? Huh. We still have no idea who the 777s are either. I mean, not triple, septuple 7s are. No, wait, is septuple 7 or 6? Sex is 6, sept is 7. Yeah, septuple. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, so I knocked him out. He pulled a knife on you pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and he tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his race this year. Wow! Edgeworth actually was thinking about giving Meekins a raise? When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? Is that actually the same exact knife? They kind of look different. You know what? They kind of look the same. I guess that works. I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape by new areas which wouldn't be caught on camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't know it would make a difference, though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder on the evidence in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. Yet you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Already gone? What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is the evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Darke was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Darke case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. Alright, well, I know exactly what I need to present. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. Drink cactus juice! It'll quench ya! It's the quenchiest! I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. The case fell into your hands. What's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Darke. My brother fought Darke and was killed. That was the first time Darke left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Darke. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office's parking lot was the real one. Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial! Double objection! Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me, this boy's got to draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department has been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Objection? Nah! I rest my case. God damn it, Edgeworth. It seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that I would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant... Hold it! Emma? Your Honor, wait! Emma? The defense has an objection! A scientific objection! Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Ah, Edgeworth proves to be the greatest prosecutor guy ever. He's so kind. Unless it's 2 Phoenix, in which case he's kinda tsundere. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Darke killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Skye sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So, I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Emma, please tell me you got more than just that. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. Yeah, we can't be too mad at high school students. And I'm just an attorney. An ace attorney. Okay. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. I mean, we have 4 successful cases under our belt. We can do this. Me? Oh boy. Can we do a DNA test on the blood? Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? Phoenix and Emma support rank reach C. It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there any problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still,
If you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Miss Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I'm ever needed to concentrate, it's now.
What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
Could there be something I'm missing?
Wait a second! Is there a blood print? Is there a blood print in the video? Is there a blood print in the video? Ah, god damn it! Why does the blue badger's completely covering up the locker? I can't tell if there's a blood print there or not. Back in the evidence room, there is a blood print on the locker, but like, unfortunately, the blue badger mascot is completely covering the locker, so we can't actually see if there's a blood print there or not. Yeah, wait a second. Was that enough space? I can't tell. Was that enough space to see it? No, he's covering it up. We can't actually tell. If only this piece wasn't missing. Maybe that could have helped us a little. If only the badger wasn't blocking it. Wait a second. Wait a second. No. It can't be. No way. It can't be that handprint. No way. No. No way. Really? I object? Objection. No way. Hang on. Okay, so the handprint is the right hand. That's the right hand. And that's a left hand. It couldn't be. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is they're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring at pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Miss Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? It's the blue badger panel, isn't it? What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please, look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right! So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker! Oh! Oh! I was not trying to prove that! I was an idiot! I was trying to prove something else entirely! But this works! I'm an idiot! What? I'm a big dum-dum, guys. So, that means, just exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. It's right, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After you put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in?
Just one moment. It will not allow I will not allow far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. This story just keeps going more off the rails. Keep going, I didn't realize that.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation.
On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room,
blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Yes! This music gives me life! This music gives me life!
That's ridiculous! I refuse to accept your absurd claim! Double objections!
The murder portrayed in the security tape had been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
Triple objection! So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Yo, Lake, welcome to the stream, man. We're approaching the end of day 2, I think. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
What shows when the first crime took place? This, because there's blood on this jar. This jar was found at the scene of the crime, and there's blood there. Yes, it's obviously our badge, Lake! This is the proof! It's quite simple, you see.
If it's so simple, then don't get it wrong. Wait, what? Did I get it wrong?
I got it wrong!
If was an acceptable excuse, we wouldn't need please.
Damn it!
Well, I'm an idiot! First crime took place before the blue badger was brought in your room, right?
Say, when was the blue badger brought there anyway?
Thank you, Emma, I got it!
Don't we have a chart listing a bunch of times for that thing?
Okay, I know what I need to present. I get it. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required. Thank you, Skylar. That's actually a great comment there. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record.
We still have no idea about the septuple sevens.
Officer Meekins brought the blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Ah! Ah! Wait! Oh no! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? God damn it, what did we do? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. No, I ain't getting it. It couldn't have been Edgeworth. Edgeworth was at the ceremony. Edgeworth was at the award ceremony. He couldn't have done it, right? I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away. But the real murderer, by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Okay, we're good. Edgeworth is good. Edgeworth is not evil. He is Phoenix's gay boyfriend. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card remaining. The septuple sevens. Talk about a lucky number. Oh, wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. It's a tsundere, not a criminal. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with septuple 7. Mr. Edgeworth, please look at this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777777777777777. Oh no, I got cross-eyed. That's one too many sevens, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Yeah, you know what, Lake? That's a good point. Phoenix is ridiculously lucky when it comes to court cases, so it's only natural that his ID number would be 7 sevens. Phoenix is the murderer, everybody! But that's ridiculous, just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an officer charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Of course, Von Karmas would be 000001 because he's number 1. It's just like how his PIN number is 0001. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her. The defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not septuple sevens. Don't play with me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident. The SO9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, Did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time,
Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
Lana!
Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
What? Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? And you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't!
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures.
Lana!
That's just the way it is.
Lana!
We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
Oh.
Alana! Even if it involved forging evidence.
See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Order!
Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day.
Rabble, 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 rabble. Oh my god, Lana! What did you do? What did you do? You seriously forged evidence to convict someone? Oh my god. February 24, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. law offices.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Emma, this is not your fault. Your sister just did a bad. Your sister did a bad. That's not on you. Have a good night, Storm. Catch you later.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
This is Japan America. Of course you'll be blamed for being blood related. I mean, you're not wrong about that, Skylar.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Yeah, I was about to say, how is it that Phoenix hasn't heard about such a major event?
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to...
Emma, what happened? What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
Oh. Oh. I was kind of freaking out when I got to the conclusion of the second day, I'll tell you that much, Lake. What? He tried to kill you? Things are about to get even more get lit. Oh boy.
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Oh! That's what happened? Oh, no. Oh. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Darke trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Well, tell us more about it.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right around about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then, suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Darke.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Darke tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck. The lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the room for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture? What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Darke knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Qualifications for being Phoenix's assistant. Have an older sister that's connected to Phoenix. Have a fucked up traumatic event. Let me reflect on that. Yeah, that's accurate to Maya. That's accurate to Emma. I have no idea what happens in the second and third games. Don't know what happens in Apollo Justice. That's definitely the case for what happened with, oh shoot, I forgot her name. The assistant for Dual Destinies, I forgot her name. Knowledge T.
Poor Emma, you've been through so much. Who was the name of the assistant for Dual Destinies? No, not Trucy. Trucy was for Apollo. Shoot, I completely forgot her name. Athena, yeah, Athena.
Athena definitely had that happen to her for Dual Destinies, I know that for sure.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd be a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
Aw, Emma! Why are you such a good girl and apparently become a terrible person in Apollo Justice? Yeah, everyone keeps telling me she turns terrible in Apollo Justice, and I feel bad about that because she's so nice here. I love her. Similar to Danganronpa, I'm really scared of where the writer's mind was in creating these effed up scenarios, and many more in the future. I mean, to be fair, just because you come up with weird scenarios doesn't mean you have a sick, twisted mind. It just means that you're creative. When it comes to writing, of course. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. I assume Edgeworth didn't know about it. Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this could have happened.
Honestly, this seems more like a... This kind of seems more of a Lana fault thing. So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did. Especially not to Emma. How do you need to faked evidence for that? You saw him attacking with a knife. Even if you didn't see him stab Marshall Kai, the court could have put two and two together. Popular opinion, Mia was a better sister than Lana. Gee, I wonder why. By the way, Burmside, can you confirm what Phantom Skylar just mentioned? Like, he's like, why do you need to fake evidence when you were attacked by a knife? There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there?
Not only that,
But he was being chased by a prosecutor?
oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly! Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective.
Oh!
She was the best in the entire force!
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Oh boy, okay, well, let's get a move on to the detective center, I guess. So, Lana, we need to have words.
Lana?
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Lana admitting forgery is grounds for appeal on absolutely every case she handled in her career. Oh god, this throws a giant monkey wrench into the law systems in this universe just by admitting that, isn't it?
Evidence from the case that was stolen as well, though. I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. At trial, it really wasn't fair, was it?
Japanafria has effed up law system.
I believe in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife?
I've read, not researched. It's loosely, huge loose, based off Japan court systems and are. I heard there was the case way back when the game first came out, but the Japanese law systems have actually changed into similar stuff to what Western trials are like nowadays.
Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
For one thing, I do believe there weren't any juries back then.
Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
Phased before. Don't worry, I'm sure you're just typing on your phone, and I'm sure your phone is just auto-correcting everything.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever! They solved crimes before the reports can even be filed!
Emma really idolized her big sister.
But now, you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating DARKE.
Second in command? That means the investigation led by was Detective. That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes, Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
Damon looks a lot like a human Ganondorf. You're not wrong! I can definitely see it in the beard. His beard is definitely similar to Ganondorf from Twilight Princess.
They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us!
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked.
So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. I'm glad the new atelier looks great for you, Burmseye. Can't wait, I hope you're having fun with it. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her system must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago! At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. By the way, Lana, what do you think about my attorney badge? Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. Wait, my badge is evidence now? It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. But it's my attorney badge! I just want to show how shiny and pretty it is. He really means it. Lana. Well, got nothing to say to you, so I guess we're going to head over to the Criminal Affairs Department then and meet up with the Chief of Police. Alright, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. But you know what? I'm gonna put you guys on a quick little bit of a cliffhanger because I need to get some food in me. I did say I was going to stream for 5 hours today, but I do need a quick intermission to go grab some food, so, I'll be right back, everyone. Going to grab some food. So I'll see you in a bit. We'll continue in a moment. Be right back. Now, let me go find a good song to play for you guys. Do I have anything that's good? Let's see now. Is there any good remixes that I can play right about now? Let's go with this for now. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I'm back, everyone. How's everyone doing? Hope I didn't miss all that much while I was away. Let's see. Oh yeah, tomorrow is Canada Day, so happy Canada Day for all you Canadians out there, everyone. Let's see. Sorry, just double checking, make sure everything's in order before we get back to it. I kind of had to rush through my dinner because I didn't want to keep you guys waiting for too long, but okay, everything looks fine on my end. That being said though, oh man, I really ate really fast because my stomach feels like it's about to... You know what? I'm not even going to go into details about that. I think you guys get the basic idea. I was rushing through my dinner. Anyway, let's get back to it, shall we? By the way, congratulations on your Overwatch team making playoffs, Skylar. Anyway, where were we? February 24th, police department. Right, we were going to go talk to Officer Gant, right? Chief Gant, right? I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right, we can come back here later. Well, they just said there's nothing to check here, so I don't know. Anyone at the department entrance? Oh! Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall!
I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Okay, Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this Excuse me. Old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prosecutors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Oh, don't worry about it, Skylar. It's all good. Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What's that mean? It means there was a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Did the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SO9 incident left behind.
What about those scars? There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Just need an autopsy report. The fans really aren't ever going to let that go for Miles, for Edgeworth, are they? Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are
are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. And your last.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor?
You mean the King of Prosecutors?
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
The investigation lead, Damon Ganda, and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
On a secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Oh. Damon Gant is going to be the actual murderer, isn't he? Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina! Well, and we never saw him ever again. I wouldn't be surprised if that was actually true. I guess we'll go to the underground parking lot? There's no one... I don't know, maybe someone's in criminal affairs? Who knows? I guess I'll drop by the criminal affairs department real fast to see if anyone's there. Oh! Turns out there is. So that was the very last time we get to see McCree. Rip in peace. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those, though. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right! You can't go in there! It's off limits!
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. I don't think the chief of detectives is going to stop us, so yeah, let's go. Oh, he has a giant pipe organ in his office. Gee, guys, he's totally not a villain. I mean, everybody knows that all good people keep giant pipe organs in their offices. No villain would ever do something like that, right? Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Hmm? Oh, it's you two! Ah, Chief Gant! Hey, let's not reveal all our cards in our hand this time, shall we? Put that paper he was reading in his desk. Oh, so righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's proactive statement. Proactive statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on that wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Wait a second! That vase! That vase in the background! I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Damn it, Phoenix, how did I pick up on it faster than you? Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend to. Totally not evil. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Like Zoink Scoop! We're gonna break into that office and find some clues. February 24th, police station, criminal affairs, blah, blah, blah. Hey, pal! Hey, Gumshoe, how you doing? Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Aw, Gumshoe's not even there to be part of the meeting. He's just there serving coffee to everyone. So rude. Sounds like Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes!
Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Anaskya is the guilty party here, isn't she? Sorry, Emma, but it's true. Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, I treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. After all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Darke left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl?
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well...
Oh, excuse me, guys. I really scarfed down my dinner way too quickly there. Sorry if you guys heard that.
What was it?
Oh, let me see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
I mean, I don't see why we can't. Why not? I almost presented Edward's bloody knife to him. That would have been bad. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
This knife, it was Joe Darke's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well anyway, take a wild guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it. Inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Darke's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty inconclusive.
Oh boy. This is going to be a problem for me, isn't it? I'm going to have to figure out which parts are real evidence and which ones are fake evidence, aren't I? Oh boy, here we go. Okay, let's see now. We have Neil's autopsy report. Hopefully it won't be updated. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. Oof. Both heart and lung. That's a terrible way to die. A knife tip was found in the wound. The broken tip was found in the victim's body. Belonged to the murderer, Joe Dark. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. But it's the answer to life, the universe, and everything, everyone! A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal!
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. He killed walked by just then too. He killed him too. That's when he buried the victims. A jogger came up upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. What the frick? He killed a kid who stumbled across the scene? What? He killed someone by accident via vehicular manslaughter. Then he killed a witness. Then he killed a jogger who was walking by and a kid. I mean, the jogger after the kid. Wow! What time of day was this? I assume it was during daytime hours if there was a kid running around. He murdered 4 people in broad daylight. What? And they had to forge evidence to convict him? They needed to forge evidence to convict a guy. Oh, congratulations on beating Naoto's Palace Dark Wolf. I'm just baffled by what I just found out just now. He freaking murdered 4 people in He murdered 4 people in broad daylight! And he had to be convicted from false evidence! That is blowing my mind right now! How did no one... What? Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Again! How did they have to struggle convicting this guy? I don't know how he failed. How did they fail to convict this guy with real evidence? Oh my god! Of course, this is all conjecture. What do you mean conjecture? There wasn't a single shred of... How was there no evidence? He had to get rid of 4 bodies! He had to get rid of 4 bodies! How do you... He did... He had to get rid of 4 bodies in rapid succession! How? What? What? Hi, Zeno. I'm sorry, I'm just freaking baffled right now because apparently a murderer got away from being convicted in court despite murdering 4 people in broad daylight. And I'm so confused how that happened. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Why did you need to forge evidence? I'm so sorry, Lana, but you're a moron! Why did you need to forge evidence in order to convict Dark? is a slam dunk case, and then they had to forge evidence to convict him. What? That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. I'm just so baffled by this right now. How did this happen? It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Do you think the jokes about incompetent Ace Attorney police were groundless? I didn't think they were this incompetent. I just thought they were really bad at finding evidence. I legitimately thought they were just bad at finding evidence. I didn't think they were this incompetent. Murdered 4 people in broad daylight and they couldn't convict him. I don't understand this game. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. Really? Why do they... Any detective ID card can unlock the chief of police's office. I feel like that shouldn't be something that would be allowed. What? Really? Yeah, same here, Emma. Why would they allow any detective enter the chief of police's office? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The dad was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Well, let's see. Well, we could okay. What I'm thinking is, this is a photograph that is inside of the chief's office, which depicts the broken vase that was found in the evidence room that also has blood on it. Now the question is, do I present the Gant team picture or do I present the unstable jar? I assume both would work? Eh, I'm not in court. I'm not going to get penalized. Why not? About that jar, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. I must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief can't. Where could I have seen that before? You mean like right here? Let me share a little. Aww. He's not going to respond to it. Dang. Okay. Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Sheesh. All right. So apparently the Gant team picture won't work. What can I present to him to let me in there, though? I don't think there's any evidence I have that would let me convince him to let me in, will he? By the way, Dirt Dog, thank you so much for the clip. I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, the autopsy report doesn't prove much use to us either. I don't think the SL9 incident file will tell us much either. Maybe the SL9 incident files? I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. You just wish Twitch clips will allow you catch more than a minute's worth of footage because the whole sequence of you freaking out over the new teeth. Well, thank you, but like, I'm sorry, I was just so freaking baffled by it. It had to last over a minute. I was just so confused by it. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Alana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Darke guilty. Still haven't triggered it. Well, he's not going to react to the Grant Gant team picture. Maybe the autopsy report? No, that's not the autopsy reports. Ugh. I don't think I have anything that can prove to let me into the office by Gumshoe. Joe Darke sounds more like a spree killer over a serial killer, by the way. They described his case. You know what? You're not wrong. Oh, hey, Sovereign64. Welcome to the stream. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how to convince Gumshoe to let me into the Chief of Police's office. And I need to present some kind of evidence to let me in. I can't? But Emma just said that I could. Emma said I had to present some evidence to him. Well, I don't know what to do at the moment then. Not what, yeah, oh, come back later. Okay, okay. Well, thank you for at least saving me some time. That I appreciate. I guess we'll head over to the prosecutor's parking lot for now. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
Well, we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana looking even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana.
I gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Ooh, and tomorrow will be the final day of the trial.
Aha! A ladder!
That's a step ladder.
What's the difference in scientific terms, please?
Scientific, huh?
Look at the basic nature of the thing, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow.
I don't think there's anything else for us to investigate around here that's relevant, is there? I don't think there is. Yeah, there's nothing else relevant here for us to examine. We could go to Edgeworth's office. Maybe he's there.
I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings and attracting all the ladies. All of them. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth?
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Well, are you prepared for tomorrow's trial? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists?
That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Say, what would that bail be actually used for? Well, originally I was going to use it for Resident Evil 2's remake, but I'm actually thinking of using, excuse me. It was RE2, but I'm thinking about changing it to Mario Maker 2 if anyone's interested in that. Because I would actually like to make some levels on stream if anybody would be interested in checking that out. I'll also be happy to play the story mode for all of you. Plus, I'm also happy to stream levels that you guys make. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? Have I seen Toy Story 4? Yeah, I've seen Toy Story 4. It was good. No spoilers in chat for those who haven't seen it, please. You were participating in a ceremony at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Toy Story 4, aka Lord of the Rings Return of the King epilogue chapters. You know what? That's actually very accurate to describe Shadow. In fact, I would actually compare... Yeah, that's actually... Yeah, I have nothing to add to that. I was going to say something that might have spoiled the ending of Toy Story 4, so I won't say anything beyond that. I'll just say that I don't like it as much as Toy Story 3, but it is a really funny movie, and it really does get you, if you know what I mean. Take something back? This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gann asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard, yes. Oh! I get it! I figured it out! No spoilers in chat, but I think I figured it out. Gant murdered Detective Goodman. He put Detective Goodman into Edgeworth's car trunk. He gave the evidence to Edgeworth to have him drive Goodman's body back to the prosecutor's office. Goodman set up Edgeworth to bring the body back by using the screwdriver as a way to get him to drive back to the office. Boom! Got it! So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Well, before we head out, let's see what's this piece of paper. Is this like the previous theory of the double murder? It is related. Well, that is related to my theory of the double murder, except, well, obviously, Goodman wasn't the one who was murdered in the evidence office, but I do think he was actually murdered at the police department. I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll chuck it out.
Hey, Edgeworth, Edgy Poo. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. Wow, Edgeworth gives no cares for Gumshoe. Rip in peace, Gumshoe.
What? Letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Oh. Edgeworth? Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Nah-oh.
I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Oh, I know exactly who I need to show that to. Edward's discarded letter of resignation. He's serious. I like how the description of the evidence is literally, he's serious. All right. Well, I know exactly what I need to do right now, so heading over to see Gumshoe. Or not. Hello. Who's in the underground parking lot?
Excuse me? Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
Hi, Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover...
Ew! Ah! 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 You and your metaphors!
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something?
By the way, if anybody's interested in checking out Burmsai's half-minute hero level, Burmsai, feel free to post the code in the chat if you want.
You know, that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. You want to tell us what you did with the Dark investigation, Miss Star?
Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year.
Half a year! Half a year! He murdered 4 people! And you... This was all Okay. Listen. He murdered 4 people in rapid succession, and no one was able to find a trail of him? No one was able to determine, oh, it was this car that was dripping blood or some shit like Ugh. Okay, whatever. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up in our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
Here's an idea for something to replace Bloodstain. You brought us specifically for streaming, after all.
I'm just not in the mood for Hitman at the moment. That's the thing. Maybe though. I'll keep that in mind. I was actually thinking of maybe Nier Automata.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious that evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened.
What do you mean you're proof enough, Miss Star?
After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to become a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn.
Oh, shit!
That's my take on the matter.
Oh! Go on! She was being used?
Naming Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Naming Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence.
Attract, forge, what's the difference?
He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Produced, man-made.
Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. Uh-huh. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. Lana knows everything. Lana actually knows exactly what's going down. She knows that Gant is also the murderer, but she's being blackmailed for some reason. I think she's being blackmailed or something. That must have been his goal all along. Lana is in his pocket. But what does he have on her? Is she lying about the forged evidence? Did she lie about forging evidence, or did she actually forge evidence and he's using that against her? Huh. But how can he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, he's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Well, thank you for the information there. Let's head back to the police department now. And Gumshoe is not there! Great. Where the hell is Gumshoe when I need him? I must be missing something around here, right? Yo, Chief of Detectives, what you got for me? What? Police department makes fatal error? What did I do? Quick, someone bring me to classifieds! Help wanted section! So much for duty. No, doesn't seem like anyone's going to tell me anything unless, I don't know, David Tennant over here tells me where Gumshoe went. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Is that Pikachu in the background? No, that's just a blue badger from what I can gather. I've got it! I'm the culprit! Very clever indeed. Who would have thought of multiple personalities? I don't see how else he could have done it. I guess it's time to have my head checked. I think it's way past time for that. Alright, so Gumshoe's not here. Is there anything we can talk to Lana about? Maybe she can tell us about this team picture. Nothing. Maybe she'd be react to the letter of resignation. No, she doesn't react to that either. I have no idea who to talk to then. Well, Lana's useless to me. You're useless to me. Is there anything to say to Edgeworth? No, he just looks really mad at us. Right, please, I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so you say present the picture to him? Okay. I wasn't sure if it worked or not, but alright. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Yeah, just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
story.
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Go on. This award originated from an ancient Chinese tale. Go on. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first meaning halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Okay, so I love that. I love how it's the person. I love how it's the music just suddenly picks up. Phoenix going all courtroom on us. That goes into counter as long as the word objection pops up on screen in that way. That counts toward the counter. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both.
I love how the music just kicks up once Phoenix is like, wait, that's a contradiction. That's the best.
When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
I see, so the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so, they symbolize the merchant's items. Ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words.
Agent 10, Nolik 23. Hi, welcome to the stream. How you doing? We're just going through the investigation portion of the case 1-5 of the first Ace Attorney game. How you doing?
But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, we had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant?
2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form.
But why?
That's actually still the part I don't understand either. I'm pretty sure I got most of the case figured out, but I still don't understand that portion of the case. Well, anyway, I guess we go find Gumshoe now? Okay, hopefully Gumshoe is still here.
Oh, you're back!
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. Be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident.
I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
Well, if Detective Gumshoe doesn't want to throw his neck out there for us, I know exactly who he'd put his neck out for. Hey, Gumshoe, check out this resignation letter.
What's this crumbled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! He can't compete with those wasabi beats.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far!
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective?
Pretty much Phoenix going all, wait, that's a contradiction inside of while Edward was telling us an old Chinese story. It was kind of dumb. Enjoy your walk, Shadow. If I don't see you back before the end of the stream, I hope you enjoyed yourself, man. Enjoy your walk, Shadow. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone find out,
They would let you off the hook with another lost item report.
look at me. It's no secret. I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Friends being in heavy quotations, I should add. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least, let me do this for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. All right, detective. Thank you. We got Gumshoe's ID card. All right, I guess we're going to head over to the chief's office now then.
Here he goes, Mr. Wright.
This office is still the room of a freaking supervillain.
We're in! If anyone finds us now...
Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out! Ah! I wasn't expecting Gumshoe to accompany us, but that works too.
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Aw, Gumshoe got slapped, rip. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong. You know, considering how big of a guy Gumshoe is, I'm kind of surprised he was able to sneak up on us like that without intentionally sneaking. So I came to. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
If we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I got a bad feeling about this.
That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Okay, I have to ask this. If this room is exclusively Gant's now, why does he still keep Lana's side of the office so, well, pristine looking? Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. Yeah, I was about to say, why would he bother keeping her stuff over there then? He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. Okay, I'll take that, whatever. He leaves this as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think...
Nah, you wouldn't be. No! Gumshoe thinks we're guilty, doesn't he?
No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to mean start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry.
It's starting to get on my nerves.
Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? Chief Gant? The fact that he has a giant evil-looking pipe organ in his office, he has a freaking knight's armor behind him, the fact that he wants total control of the police department and the prosecutor's offices, nah, he's not a suspect at all.
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Also, I'm glad I was able to play Ace Attorney 6 because I understood what you meant, Burmsai.
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Sorry, Gumshoe. We gotta do some investigating. Alright, let's take a look around. What we got here?
This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then we went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? What about here?
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is where Lana and I went to that theme park.
Oh yeah, there's totally a pipe organ in, like, the chief of police's office. That totally means he's a good guy, right?
This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. Hey, he may just be a normal dude who likes the organ. In fiction land? Nah, organs are the sign of a supervillain. They were the stuff legends were made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime?
Look at that giant window. I just realized the window is stained glass. How is it that the chief of police room has freaking stained glass windows? That makes you uber super villain. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
Yeah, stained glass windows tend to have people get jumped through by people, don't they?
This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that. What, defenestrating yourself out a window?
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. I mean, don't we all? We all do.
So as long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that! Yeah, no, let's not joke about that.
I do not appreciate those type of jokes. Good, thank you.
The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally, we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department.
Oh my god! The freaking chief of police even plays the freaking pipe organ in front of all his minions! Are we sure he's not a supervillain?
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office. Makes them listen to the organ for hours.
Yeah, Gant's pretty much a supervillain.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. Pipe organs!
Okay, I do want to say pipe organs are beautiful to listen to, but holy crap, are they the sign of an evil person. In fiction, anyway. Or churches. Pipe organs are also associated with churches. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally.
But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Alright, let's see now. Let's investigate his side of the room. Weird that we can't investigate these vases, but whatever.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here...
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh.
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Wait a second, is that the halberd right there? Or is that something else? It might be, I might be misjudging it based on what it looks like, but it does look like he's holding a spear-like weapon in its hand. Sure is, pal, the chief doesn't care for imitations. Where's the pipe organ now? This armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
It's a good thing she's in high school, otherwise that would have been, well, that would be tax evasion. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows, the chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak. Everyone has an active imagination in this game, and I kind of love it. I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Okay, well.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant! Put that paper he was reading in his desk. And we probably should investigate that. After I go to the bathroom, because holy crap, my dinner has run through me really fast. I'll be right back, everyone. I'll be back in like 2 shakes of a tail. I said I'd be back fast. Alright, so he put the paper he was reading in his desk, whatever it was. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective.
What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
Half-size list of evidence.
A list of evidence, it seemed too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case!
It would appear so. List of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. And Edgeworth has the other half. As long as we are not colossal morons and present it to Gant, we should be okay, right? Please tell me we're not going to be colossal morons and have to present the freaking evidence list to Gant. I'm going to be very mad if that happens.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk!
I found this inside the drawer, a list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here?
You better look a little more into this list. Let me take a look at that list, actually. Okay, they don't want to show me anything. Fine. Emma? Oh my god, Emma. Hang on a second, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Someone walked in my room. I had to, like, talk to him for a quick moment. Emma? Didn't you mention something about drawing the incident? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. Emma?
What is it? Did you find something?
Please tell me you recognize your own drawing. I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Phoenix! Phoenix! It's so obviously Emma's drawing! I remember that detail! How do you not remember this?
No, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
I better not forget about this picture. I can't believe that Phoenix is so dumb he didn't think to actually look at that. Oh my god. I'm so disappointed with you right now, Phoenix. This isn't safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Oh, okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
A 7? I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. All right, I hope I'm not being a colossal idiot about this. Yep, there we go. Why do people input such obvious password? Why? You know what? I've noticed something. Why is it that people keep inputting the most obvious passwords ever for safes in this series? Like, there was also the Yanni Yogi thing, inputting the date of the DL6 incident, and now this. I mean, it's accurate to reality, but I would just put in some random numbers. Bingo.
What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777, the final ID card number on that record.
What?
The numbers of the mysterious executive officer who entered that room that day. It was Gant! I knew it! You mean 77777777777, that ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Well, let's take a look. It's in a book, Reading Rainbow. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
shard from a broken cup. Oh my god, we found the remaining piece. This is somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? God damn it, Phoenix! How is it that I remember this more about this case than you do?
There's something else in here too.
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that before, once. I think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but once you can prove that they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Well, I mean, the more obvious one is right here. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days. That was yesterday, Gumshoe. It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Gumshoe, I have to question your pattern recognition. Now you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. There! It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But
Hey, guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached! It's different from the others!
there's a reddish line on it.
In other words, fingerprints? A reddish line. That's blood! I don't get it! Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Can we use lethanol testing? Now you can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height.
Base height? Hey, let me see that. Blooming tall, new and improved growth formula.
Oh, Gumshoe, you try your best.
You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Ah, well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face.
Trying to remember how I can set it up so I can use it, though.
I think I have to go in here. Oh no, I can't spray anything here, can I? Well, I could. There's no point. Can I dust for it? No, I can't dust at the moment. Darn.
Is there anything else I need to present, though?
Oh, I can like check it like this and examine.
Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here.
Looks like blood.
This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line.
That is odd. Are we not allowed to check it for... Are we not allowed to examine it for fingerprints or anything like that? I guess not. Okay, game's not letting me investigate it. Present the fingerprinting set? I have a fingerprinting set? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what this is. So you want to take some fingerprints? Oh, so that's what I had to do. I thought I had to select it.
That's a great idea, Detective.
All right, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that, the one with the fingerprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? I don't think he was joking.
Okay, Miss Wright, let's check out for prints.
Let's go.
But once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told 1,000,000 times. All right, let's get this over with. Oh man, I'm just like button mashing right now to like basically cover the entire screen with powder, considering how the game tends to not react even if though I got a full fingerprint already. Oh man, it's a little smudged though. I gave it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we're getting a clear result from this print.
Let's try a different finger then.
Alright, maybe this one? Middle finger should work, right? Yeah, that's a pretty clear one, but I'm pretty sure the game's going to force me to try and get even more of a clear print. Apparently I missed somewhere. Not entirely sure where, though. Alright, is that everything? There we go. Okay, let's see now. Okay, it's not Gantz. Not stars. Emma. How do we have Emma's fingerprints? We have Emma's fingerprints? Emma. What did you touch? know. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. What is going on right now?
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me.
Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Thanks, Gumshoe. Found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? It bears Emma Sky's prints. Well, was I any help? Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. I'm sorry, Gumshoe, but you really did help us with this. Thank you. But sir! Now get out! Yes, sir! Is he not going to notice the fact that we stole from his, safe? Have some chat for Detective Gumshoe, guys. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you, the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
Well, F's in chat for Emma, too. Look, pal, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why had she kept airily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. That's not gonna work, Gumshoe. Good luck, though. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions.
Oh boy. Emma's going to be the one found guilty, isn't she? Oh boy.
So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 24th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Oh dear. Lana's not gonna be happy with us. I see, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days. It's absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence.
That's when it hit me.
It's not that you were unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So, you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name?
Obviously, Emma Sky! Yeah. Well, Miss Sky?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also another.
Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words.
Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I think any of these works. I'm going to go with this jar. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Okay, so any of those would have worked. Good to know. Do you know what these are? The pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck... What?
Huh. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That is what Angel Star saw! I knew it! That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means necessary. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone to force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust.
She was the one who told him to get the evidence from the locker!
Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh! You mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubt he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room?
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
Now the question is, how are we supposed to convict Damon Gant? We have evidence, and for once, we were smart and didn't have it taken away from us. Now the question is, how are we going to present this in court?
But Lana, you've earned my respect, Miss Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please,
don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons.
I've got to get to the bottom of everything.
Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago.
Oh boy. Something tells me the last day of this trial is going to be a heavy one. A super time extensive one at that. And looks like we hit the time limit. Well, we're about to hit the time limit, and I do not think we have enough time to go through the entirety of the final day of the trial. So I think we're going to end the stream off here, guys. Well, I hate to leave you all on a cliffhanger, but... Oh, well, who am I kidding? I love leaving you guys on cliffhangers. But that being said, though, thank you all for coming out tonight. I really appreciate everyone who came by. I really appreciate the new follows. Shadow isn't here for me to thank him again for the $5 donation, but it was very kind of him for that $5 donation. Thank you all for joining me tonight. I really can't wait to finish up the stream at the game next stream. The next stream will be either tomorrow or Tuesday. I'll be sure to let you guys know. As per usual, it will be at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If there's any changes to a schedule, you can find me on Twitter at NoLimit42, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, you can find my Discord server by hitting up the Discord command for Nightbot. We're a friendly community. We like chatting with each other, and it's all good. But aside from that, though, thank you all for coming out. Let's find a raid target and a good raid message, and then we'll end the stream. Okay, let's see who's currently streaming right now. Let's see. Looks like Liam6 is currently hosting his pre-birthday subathon. You know what? I know exactly what the raid message is going to be. He's currently doing, he's playing Super Mario World, apparently, instead of Mario Maker, but whatever, that works out fine. Anyway, I think I know exactly what the raid message will be. Since his, oh, wait. Oh, shoot, I accidentally inputted the wrong name. Anyway, so, the raid message will be happy pre-birthday. Will be happy pre-birthday because his birthday is tomorrow. So, yeah. Like I said, next stream will be either tomorrow or Tuesday. I'll be sure to let you guys know and have fun with the raid. I'll catch you all later. Have a good night, everyone.